I will be back shortly. I got something to do real quick. I will be on the other phone. Okay. I'm sitting here trying to log into my Blade Binge account for my other phone, and it just apparently I'm using the wrong email. So that's fun. I don't remember what email I chose. Anyway, I should probably put that under the chair. There we go. So we have some new stuff on the Blade Binge account up for sale. We have my SOG Twitch 3. This Iridium right here is $40. That's a killer deal. A Kershaw Cryo 2 for $35. And a CRKT Trajectory for $45. So if you're curious about any of these, go on to bladebinge.com or whatever and just look up any of these models. You'll see this green mat in the background of the pictures. That is mine. And now let's get started with the sharpening. We'll go ahead and move all of the stuff out of the way. I have so much crap here on the table. The Twitch 3 is going for $50, by the way. Brand new, I think they go for $80. And I thought $50 was a more than fair price for something that's basically brand new. I have so many knives on the table, it's insane. Blank piece of paper. So while I'm putting all these away, I don't have anything to say. I have almost nothing interesting to talk about today. So if anybody in the comments has something interesting to talk about it because I have nothing else to do. And here shortly, this will be going up for $35 as well. I keep meaning to throw it up there, I just keep forgetting to do so. It's a great knife. Let's fix chat, all messages. Move all of these out of the way. And the knife that we are working on today is a Gerber Sumo. Big, big knife with a decent sized chip out of the blade up here. Now this has a mirror polished finish, and I hate to ruin that, but it's not going to be sharp when there's a chip out of the blade. So, and unfortunately I won't be able to bring it back to that mirror finish. I don't have enough stones to do that. Really, really long blade. It's like, yeah, 4 inches. 3 and a little over 3.5 of usable blade length. 3 5/8 or so. Okay, we're getting the whole thing except for the tip. This thing's basically a folding kitchen knife. Look at all that iron sitting there. We'll wipe that off real quick. Scoot forward and start working on it on the other side. Now this particular knife is in 7CR17. That's always fun. That's more like it. Kept screwing up the bevel a little bit. This might take a lot less time than I expected it to, because that chip is not looking as bad as it did earlier. Not bad. Actually, that chip is coming out really fast. This 400 grit removes a lot of material real quick. This thing's gonna be a freaking kitchen knife by the time I'm done with it. It's almost gone already. I was prepped for an hour-long stream. So how's everybody doing tonight? We do have a few people in here. And it keeps bouncing between about 14 and 30. Yep, we are closing in on that chip right there. Yeah, 12C27 is, or not 12C27, it's 7CR. Yeah. It seems like a beater type knife. Red. I don't know much of anything about this knife, other than it had a mirror finish when I started and a huge chip taken out of the blade. Even sharp up there. We'll work on that. So why do you ask if I have the red or the black one? Is there a difference between the two, or other than the red and black? Ah, I'm a bit of a knife nerd. You could call me that. I don't usually go for Gerber knives, but I don't think I've ever done a live stream on a weekday, and it just popped up at the pawn shop, and I figured it's fairly cheap, so I'll buy it and sharpen it because why not? Knives and pizza, what is up? I know I'm here on a weekday. Weird, right? I keep making that bevel bigger and bigger. I have no clue what geometry I'm sitting at. The hexagons? Lou is here. I am doing all right. The cough is a lot better now. The hexagons all have diamonds on them. The lines between them don't. I don't think I could handle the texture of baby food. thinking about it makes me a little queasy, honestly. We're chasing a chip. Right there. Nope, no more of that. You know that wasn't on purpose, right? Pretty sure that kills people. Scented mineral oil. The scented mineral oil. We'll be working with that shortly. Thing's big. Ooh. That chip is almost gone. Yeah, scented mineral oil. That's what I use to, that's what I use on my knives. Yeah, I'm not doing that. The chip's almost gone anyway. Very, very small. Of course, this is only a 400 grit finish, and frankly, I'm going to go further than that. I might go up to 1,000 with this, because I know the softer steels like higher finishes. Using a little more pressure now. Not a whole lot. Taking a chip out of this this Gerber here. Right there. The chip was way bigger when we started, but I bought it with the chip specifically to fix it, so you know, it was a choice. I bought it for $8 just to do a live stream on it and then possibly sell it for like a little bit more. So and this and a strop is all I have. So, and I'm by no means a professional. 7CR. It's just big. It's this from down here to the tip is 4 inches. It is big for a knife, for a folding knife. This is hilarious. I'm just making that bevel bigger and bigger. We're talking about folding knives, man. That's below average, bro. I mean, it's very big, and I'm sure it has a nice personality. Ooh, getting close. Yeah, but then I'm just going to sharpen it back to the same point that I would have. And it's already sharp, so why not just keep it sharp and just keep going until I remove the chip? Which again, that's all that's left. It is a very, very small chip. Now, almost there. I'm gonna be honest, I'm pretty happy with that the way it is. Appreciate you guys telling people to do that. I don't tell anybody to do that myself. because I find it annoying when YouTubers do that, so I don't do it. You'll still notice the chip, but it is significantly smaller. Just barely there. And I don't want to remove much more material if I don't have to. So now we're just going to go for burr removal and swap to the 600 and move up and I might not. It depends. I planned on an hour stream, so my normal streams are about somewhere between 3 and 4, or 2.5 and 4. Let's put it that way. Oh yeah, this is more than serviceable. Okay, 600 grit. That is a damn good looking edge. Yep, it is 7CR17 MOV. I'd work on some higher end stuff, but all my higher end knives are sharp, so don't need to. I like D2. It doesn't take really high grit edges very well, but if you sit it at like 600 grit, it works great for a long time. D2 likes D2 likes toothy edges. Meaning it would love something that's about 400 to 600. 400 grit edges on D2 are just insane. And they're so easy to touch up. Something else to keep in mind is D2 is great with a good heat treat. If the heat treat sucks, then you blame the heat treat, not the steel. I don't think it's the same company, but I would be interested to find out if it is. That would be pretty fun. I'm going to be honest. I guess. My edges are just guess. That's it. I do what feels right. I tend to follow the factory edge. And the way that you do that is you sit with your head down here and you look at the knife. You set the knife flat on the thing and lift up until you see no more shadow under the edge. That right there is the edge that it already has, and then you just follow that. Try and keep it like that without any shadow underneath, but only just barely no shadow. If you go more than that, then you're no longer following the edge, and you're making a different, or a what they call a secondary bevel. And not that that's a big deal, but it makes it harder to sharpen it later on. Ooh, yeah. I'm going to pass it a couple more times on this, and then we'll move over to the 1000 grit. Now this stuff, 7CR does not like letting go of its burr. That's what it's known for. Yes, most Scandi grinds that I have, when I sharpen them, I just set my own bevel, because there's no point in not doing that. My favorite knife brand to resell is Kershaw. I don't know. I'd have to really think about that question, because I have a lot of knives from a lot of brands. I think the most impressive quality and materials that you're going to receive for the price are from Kaiser. Of course, they're made in China. Not that that's a huge deal, but some people don't like that. They make a lot of really good stuff with solid steels for... I don't have any Ganzo knives. They just don't pop up where I live, and I go to the pawn shops. That's where I find all my stuff for the most part. I have 180 something knives. Civivi makes really good stuff too for their prices. Some of them are a little overpriced, but Swiss Tech, I don't know. I haven't messed with a lot of their stuff. I've got a Delica. I think it's... I don't have it up for sale yet. Yeah. I got a camo Delica. And I have a Buck 110. I also have a few case knives. Yeah. Those are... Actually, those all sound pretty solid. So it's not just quality for me, it's materials. I look into materials for the price. I like Spyderco. They're like that one weird kid in school who, again, he's pretty weird, but he's not a total D-bag like everybody else. I'm not saying there's a lot of those out there. A lot of times the weird kid is just the weird kid, but sometimes the weird kid isn't a turd. Yep, I can understand that. I thought that Spydercos were stupid for a while until I got one, and I liked it ever since that. It depends on how far you're in. To begin, I start with about 10 to 15 per side, and then I come down to 10, and then move down to about 8. And if I need to keep going, I'll sit there at about 8 to 10 for a while. And then I drop it down to about 5, then down to 3, and then back down to 1 all the way. Now, I'll be honest, I mostly do 2 at the very end. I go back and forth once and then twice and then flop. That feels about right. Now we'll swap over to the strop. Now this should be an absolutely gnarly edge. I don't think I've seen a whole lot of those. I don't go to tackle shops very often. Fishing is expensive. It tends to take a great edge, but it just doesn't hold it very long. Now you can see where it stopped. It stops for just a split second. That's the chip. I didn't take the chip all the way out, but honestly, it doesn't need it to be taken all the way out. And the reason why I didn't take it all the way out is because you're just removing more blade material than you have to. It's already sharp. I'll dull it from use and then sharpen it again and it'll be gone. Not my usual type of knife. I don't really like the larger knives all that much. I tend to stick with about 3 to 3.5 inch blade. Just more my type of thing. So let's check. 3.5 seems to be the sweet spot with a lot of people. I would hazard a guess and say most people even. So let's see what all I have for sale since we have a few people in here. Hopefully I show up when I search myself. Nope, apparently not. We'll just look up SOG Twitch, because that's one of the ones I have up for sale. This little guy. There we go. So there's my Blade Binge account. You can scroll down and read. I have 4 knives up for sale right now. And I will gladly give a cut test on all of them, because unlike most people, I don't have them in boxes ready to ship. I leave them out on the table. $40 for a Kershaw Iridium. Insane pricing. Nice and slicey. CRKT trajectory at 45. Nice and slicey. This one has a slight bend on the tip. You can see where it didn't get sharpened right there, but it did on the opposite side. Now the bend is barely noticeable, and you got to really look at it to notice it. So that one's 45. We have a Kershaw Cryo at 35. And just double check. Yep, shaving sharp. I was showing you guys, but it's kind of weird to show people me shaving. I don't know why people would want to see that. And then the Twitch 3. This is 154 cm with aluminum scales and deep carry pocket clip. 3 out of 4 of these are assisted. That's assisted. That's assisted. That's assisted. And the iridium is not. If I can get it right. Yep. It's a solid knife. It's just not my kind of knife. You know, I haven't tested the Twitch. It has the factory edge untouched. It could use a yeah. That's just sad. It's sad that SOG factory edge sucks. The cryo isn't for you, or the iridium, because the iridium isn't for me. I learned that. But I have 2 of them up, or one of them is going up for sale. That one right there is already up for sale. I mean, I won that one in an auction, so, you know, it was just an auction full of Kershaws. So I bought it really to sell it. We'll do a quick touch up on the, no, because it has the factory edge. The factory edge just sucks. Well, maybe you should look into titanium then. And it has a safety in case you're interested in that stuff. Titanium is pretty light. You said you didn't like Spyderco, but the Delica is pretty light. This will be going up for sale too. Actually, I've got a crap ton of knives that are going up for sale. This one, after I make a video on it, it needs a cleaning. This one, when I feel like it. It's sad how disappointing that thing was, to be honest. I was hoping they were going to stay on their streak of impressive stuff, and like right after the orange one, the first batch of the orange one was gone, they just fell right into their old habits. Once I make a video on this, it'll be going up for sale as well. I carried this. I actually really enjoyed this knife. It's just, I bought it to sell it, and that's kind of part of it. Brand new, they go for 68. It'll probably be going for about 45. 14C28N burlap micarta on bearings. It's a killer knife. This one will be going up for sale for $25, I think. It's because of the tip. The tip is supposed to look like this, not rounded. Oh yeah, I couldn't even get me to last the day. I sharpened it after half of a pizza box. And then I finished that pizza box, got halfway through the next one, and had to sharpen it again. So it's like the worst steel I've ever worked with. To the point where I'd hazard a guess that it wasn't even heat treated to begin with. What else do we have? This iridium in the box. Not a brand new box, but and it comes with a lanyard. The downside is this one sounds like sand. It actually doesn't sound as bad as it did the other day. Oh yeah. So a few of you guys watched me trying to take this iridium apart the other day to clean it, and I stripped a T8 trying to do that. I stripped a T8 bit trying to do that. Harbor Freight coming in clutch every single time with these this Pittsburgh Pro bit set right here. It's not the detent. It's the whole thing just feels grimy. Anyway, I bought these for $8 when when I first bought them. They've since gone up in price twice. These are $10 now. Killer deal for what you get. Along with the Pittsburgh Pro, yeah, lifetime warranty. All you got to do is bring this in and say which bit that you stripped, and they'll give you a new one. You just go they'll tell you to go back and grab a new one and bring it up front and have them scan it, and then you now have a whole new bit set. I've replaced that bit set, I think, 8 times now. And most of the time I was being stupid. You know, going or trying too hard to remove a screw. So I would blame myself for most of them. But, you know, it's lifetime warranty, you know. I'll be making a few more of these here pretty soon. So these are CRKT Pilars in copper. Brand new, they're about $35. I'll be selling them for around $70 with the patina finish. We'll go ahead and take this one apart, I hope. And I know somebody heard that and said, I love how he said, I hope. I know I've taken it apart before, so I have faith that we can take it apart this time. But yeah, killer set. Highly recommend this. Especially if they stock like 30 of them at a time, like my store does. I've gotten my money's worth. They also have the icon set. The icon set is 38 or something, but you get higher quality bits and stuff, so I would say it's probably worth it. Okay. We'll start with the T8. Dude, no kidding. Hey, it came out. It's a miracle. Holy crap, there's no blue Loctite on it either. They love me for once. You know what other bit set is freaking gnarly? Is the Gin knife kits knife set. Or bit set. It comes with a T8. Each knife of theirs comes with a T8 and a T6. And every time that I think I strip one, I don't apparently. I've thought I stripped it like this green one right here. I've thought I stripped this thing like good 7 or 8 times. And then I just go grab it again and it seems to work. So, you know. And there. I guess I forgot to cut my thumbnail on one side. That's fun. I can't say I've ever done that before. But I also can't say that I've never done that before, because I'm sure I have. Okay. Aluminum backspacer. Steel frame lock. Stainless frame lock. Biggest downside of this knife is they used nylon washers instead of phosphor bronze. Because phosphor bronze is my favorite. And if you don't like it, then you can leave. Because it's the best, and this is my channel and my rules. Anyway, this is the copper scale. It came with this in a pretty nice, just regular copper tone. And then I did the patina finish and I clear coated it. I will be working on finding harder clear coats that aren't as soft as this, because you can scratch this with your fingernail. I'll be working to find some that's harder than that. If anybody has an idea of what I could use instead, feel free to tell me. I'm open for suggestions because I really want quality pieces. I didn't expect. I'm hoping. Where was I going with that? My mind is gone. Say bye bye. There it is. They do really good stuff. I don't know if I want to do that, because I need something that's spray on, because it's significantly easier to do. Like, these already take forever to for the patina finish. My finishes, when I do stuff like this, it's between think this one was 5 hours, and the one that I just had to get perfect was 144 hours, I think. And that's me checking very often. Now that's not a bad idea. Go ahead and wipe off the that little bit of scented mineral oil. Just a couple drops. I'm sure UV activated resin, that there's some stuff that's spray on. Yeah, finding a way to reduce it is the fun part. Because I may be smart, I am not that kind of smart. Oh, this knife smells amazing. Sorry, I'm sitting here with an edit of an F-16 stuck in my head while I'm doing this. Average American. I mean, who doesn't sit there thinking about the F-16? No, that was an F-14. Yeah. Who doesn't sit there thinking about the F-14? With the sweet back wings. What a classic. Well, if you look on, if you follow me on Instagram, you'll know that I shared an edit of the F-14 on my story. And that's the one that's sitting there going through my head like 4 times. Not that I'm going to complain about that. I love sitting there thinking about the A-10 all the time. Considering they go flying over my house every other day. I don't know if anybody would want to pay $75 for this. It's a lot of money. But each one that isn't my personal one gets stamped with a. It says KO Knives. I sign it on the back of the copper scale. And then I stamp it with what number it is. So far, I've only done one other one that's stamped. And the very first one wasn't stamped. You know, that was not as hard to take apart as I thought it was going to be. I know the F-15 can do that. I don't know about the F-14. An Israeli pilot lost a wing and landed it. So this is the small pilar because it doesn't have the flipper. It is 2 inches, a little bit over 2 inches of usable blade length, just slightly, and 2 1/4 inch blade. The regular pilar is, I think it's a 3-inch blade with like 2.5 inches of usable length. I have one that's like 30 steps away, but I don't know if I want to do 30 steps. Oh, I heard that story a long time ago. It was an F-15 from what I remember, but I know it wasn't the F-14. It was something, it was a fixed wing aircraft. It wasn't a swept wing. So what should we do now? We're an hour and 12 minutes in. I was planning on only an hour. Yeah, this one's smaller. My hands aren't massive, it's just this one's smaller. Or maybe you're talking about the fact that it's a fixed wing and not a swept wing. It's a fighter jet of some sort that America came up with. I know that. I don't remember which one though. Damn. Oh, the F-14 and the F-15 look completely different. I just don't know the F-15, 16, and 18 very well to know the difference between all of them. Damn. You know, for a factory edge from CRKT, that's pretty impressive. Should we draw another knife? From the original Top Gun, that one is the F-14, yes. I don't know which one that one is on the new one. Let's draw another knife while we're here. Unfortunately, when I start drawing knives, people leave. And my drawings aren't bad by any means. It's just, I know that it's not something that people are interested in. They don't stick around for this kind of stuff. I do go quite in depth with my drawings, so they're solid pieces. It's just, it's not what the people are interested in, unfortunately. It's the way it is. Where did my mechanical pencil go? There it is. Nothing really compares to the modern stuff, but I don't know what I was going with that. I had something I wanted to say. Look, the planes I know most about are the A-10 because we have like 30 of them stationed here, and they fly in pairs around almost every day. I mean, they've been test flying that F-47 for like 5 years, right? It's not a new plane. I mean, it's new. We haven't used it before, but we've been doing test flights with it for the last 5 years or so, and nobody knew. What do you think about that? Fun stuff. Now, is there a knife that I want to take inspiration from? I don't know if I want to just wing it, because every time I wing it, proportions are off. I know they're completely separate entities. 1, 2, 3.5. And that last half will be a choil. Choil needs to be that big. That looks way smaller than I wanted it to be. That's a lot better. You know what I don't like about this new YouTube live stream crap? The setup on my screen has a whole bunch of options over here on this side, like flip camera, mic off, enhance video. Looks like I might be able to make a short. No, that's pretty cool. I might test that. No clue what this is. This one's for filters, and this one turns on the flashlight. But the mute And the Mayhem's a whole thing on its own. That's not, I don't think I'd be putting that in any other category, honestly. It's kind of the same thing as the Espada XL. That thing's in its own category by itself. I mean, the Mayhem's a 6-inch blade. How often are you going to carry around a 6-inch blade? And what would you compare that to? That's too soft. That's too sharp. I'll fix that in a minute. Actually, that doesn't look too bad. The only thing I can think of, the only reason I can think of behind carrying either the Espada XL or the Mayhem is somebody walks up to you in an alley and you scare the shit out of them. Because I guarantee you, if you pull that thing out, they're probably not going to be walking any closer to you. Okay, that doesn't look bad. Dude, if somebody starts running at me with one of those things, I would shit myself and then shoot them because that's just terrifying. I don't think words would describe what would be going on in my head because I'm a little bit special. And one, two, three, four is good. Yeah, words wouldn't be able to describe what would be going through my head when that happens. Now, I'm not going to try and copy this, but I love this blade shape. So, yeah. I do have a lot of designs that I'm working on right now. A few designs that are actually over a year old. That once our current thing that we're working on gets released, I'll be trying to get those into motion. Yeah, that fracture ain't gonna do anything. Just think of the range that you have within a Spada XL, because it has two holding positions. If you look at the handle of the Espada XL, it has a regular choked up position, and then it has one that's down here for swinging that thing. That knife is just a whole other beast. And it has a thumb plate that catches onto the hem of your pocket and opens like an Emerson. It is just something else. That knife is something else. Okay. Now where do I want to go with this? Yeah, you see, the knife is light. Are you as light as the knife? And can you move as fast as you can move the knife? That's too big. Can I... Do I have another circle around here? Because I want a circle that's bigger than that. But not as big as that. I don't think I do. So I just have to wing it again. Woohoo. All I know is I'm a good shot. I suck with pistols, but I'm really good with rifles. Then again, I don't know how many people are bad with rifles. Like, you have to be really bad at shooting to suck with rifles. If I'm going to swing a sock, it's going to have like... So I have a brick of lead in my garage, and it weighs like 80 pounds. And I'm not saying I'm going to swing that in a sock, but I'm saying I'd probably put a 1 pound ball of lead in a sock. And that'll do it. That'll take anyone down right there. Yeah, I just think a full, it's like that big of a ball. I think that would be just enough to put someone down. I'm saying that's about how much a pound of lead in a sphere would weigh. Or that right there is about a pound if it was a sphere of lead. Actually, this is a sheep's foot with a swedge. Sheep's foot's my favorite blade shape. Something to think about with cleavers is for some reason they have a hole at the end of them. No clue why they do that. That happens if you swipe down to the next live stream and then swipe back. It might fix it. Another option is you can tap on the screen. When you tap on the screen in the bottom corner right down here, it'll tell you skip to now or whatever. That's not bad. It's not perfect, but it's not bad. I'm sure that the hole at the end of cleaver blades has a functional reason, but I don't know what it is. I'm thinking, thinking of opening mechanisms. Probably just thumb studs. Well, I think that they have a genuine reason for being there, but I just don't know what it is. I'm sure if you Googled it, or if I Googled it, we could figure it out, though. Where's my other phone? Oh. Wonder if any of my knives sold. Nope. Oh well. I tried. I think here shortly I'm going to go ahead and end the stream. Yes, why is there a hoe? Oh, that makes more sense. It's for, by the sound of it. Yeah, some people say it's to hang them when they're not being used. One other dude, his actually made sense for the reason on a hole on the end of a cleaver for fixing the knife to a jig in the factory. It makes a lot of sense. So it can hold it there in place. I don't think this looks too bad. This may not look comfortable right here, but this is very comfortable shape. Unlike my watch right about now. I like it. I genuinely like it. The blade could be straighter. Yep. I saw Outdoors 55 complaining about finger choils, and I was just sitting there like, what do you think it's for? It's for having your finger there. That's why it's so big. Like he's complaining about. Let me find. Oh, I was gonna say let me find one with a finger choil. He's complaining about holding a knife like this when it has a finger choil, and then when you're cutting cardboard, it gets caught right here and no longer cuts. And I'm like, shove your finger where it belongs, and it will. Not that hard. Yeah, it still has a little bit of the pointy end, unlike this one, where it's more rounded here. I wanted that one to be more useful for things like food and packages. Now this knife could actually be used for cooking on a cutting board, because you would hold it like this. Let me show you. You'd hold it like this and just go into the chopping kind of stuff, and that right there won't touch the cutting board. Really, really useful. The only downside is the thumb studs will make it a little bit hard to use for stuff like that. And if this down here is too thick, it'll cause problems there as well. It might just need to be a flat grind without the swedge. But if you do a flat grind, that is not going to be there. So a hollow grind, which also makes sense for food. I don't know. I think that's good the way it is. Don't need to draw any more on it. Looks good. It would probably be a frame lock. I don't particularly like the crossbar lock. And with my hands being the way they are, a 4-inch handle isn't going to work out very well for a crossbar lock. Like this one's 5 inches. This one barely works out. This one, I think this one's 4 inches. 4.5. I press this into my palm and pull. And that's how I use the crossbar lock. But for something this big, it doesn't work out great. We just sharpened this earlier. Cardboard. I'll just shred one of my other drawings that sucked because it was too small. I think there's a patent for the triad lock. I do have a lot of lockback designs though. Oh, I hate sharp knives too. Because then I don't have anything to sharpen. So how you doing, Gravy? I haven't seen you in a bit. Isn't it weird? I'm sure everybody thinks it's a weekend. A brick will fix that problem too. I love how he says, now it's dull again. It's not. It's just a really thick blade. It's not a slicey blade, so. No clue what you want from me on that. Oh, nice. That explains a lot. I broke my phone a while back. I used my old phone to record a video saying that I broke my phone. So that you guys knew why I wasn't making videos. Let's get a slicey knife. Yeah, that Gerber specifically uses a cheaper steel. Yeah, sharp knives suck because they cut things and stuff. You know how bad that is? You know how bad that is for the environment that you can just grab a piece of cardboard and... Oh, I missed. And just slice right through it. What a shame. People should be rubbing the edges of their knives against rocks. I can't do that voice, unfortunately. My dad can do it pretty dang good, though. I've got a pair of rocks. I don't typically rub knives up against them, but I do. I have a pair of rocks. Ooh. Cardboard. Oh, that actually worked out way better than I thought. I can't do a whole lot of voices anymore. I used to be able to do SpongeBob, Squidward. Like I had a lot of voices I could do. I could do SpongeBob's laugh too. That was like the most obnoxious thing. Oh. Surprisingly, I haven't sold it yet. Not for lack of trying. Did I actually get this one sharp or... Ew. That's a really poor... let me check Instagram. It needs a new edge, if you couldn't tell. Carvey, what's up? Welcome back. Because I have it listed up on Instagram, but nobody's hit me up for it, so... I have it sitting up for 55. KO knives. I probably won't show up when you look me up, unfortunately. I also have an echelon and a launch one that I'm trying to get rid of, but nobody seems to want those. So that's fun. I love going through and looking at all the pictures I've taken. God, that's just so wild. July 29th, I had 300 subscribers. Oh, I did show up. That's a first. My cat. Short that I made. Another short that I made. The holy grail of Walmart knives. Cold Steel, they didn't accept to be a collaborator, unfortunately. It's hilarious. We've been working on this thing. It's been longer than October 2nd. And we made it more. I don't know who that is. I still have this knife. It's a great knife for 20 bucks. Gerber didn't accept to be a collaborator either. I don't think Sandrin did. Oh, they did. Yeah, Sandrin did. Awesome. But yeah, if you're interested in it, just leave a comment on the post and I'll send you a message. And are you in the US? I think you're in the US, but I can't remember where you're from. My first ZT. No, my second ZT. My first one that was fully functional. Okay, so you are in the US. That's good news. Then shipping will be cheaper. I wish this company was still around. Kershaw Echelon. That's hilarious. I got this thing for 20 bucks and these things sell for like 130. Trying to sell this one as well, but nobody seems to want it because it's half serrated. The cruise ships. It was like walking through downtown in a city. Not even kidding, walking between those two ships. It was wild. My first expensive watch. And it turns out it isn't DLC coded. I think that's my first Kaiser right there. A Kaiser mini sheepdog in 4V. They want 20 bucks for a pocket clip for this thing. That's insane. Of course, the Gin Knives Rhino. One fidget knife of the year. It's a killer knife, honestly. It's a great knife. My Kershaw Junkyard Dog 2 in titanium. Then the stuff that I have for sale. My other watch. The Blood Moon. Icon knife, trees, and then my birthday sticker from Blade HQ. Is Noah the person I need to be talking to? Doo-doo-doo. Oh, okay. So does 55 sound fair to you? Because I think they go for like 90 bucks new. I think 55 is fair. Apparently, I have to request to follow you back. So that's interesting. By the way, serrations are great for cardboard, and don't let anybody tell you otherwise. They genuinely are great for cardboard. And Gravy Seal, are you good at sharpening? Or do I need to try and sharpen this thing before I send it out? Because Spyderco, I don't like sharpening these things because they don't have any choil right here. Especially with their quality control of this spot right there. It's just so poor. Poor. Oh, okay. Well, I doubt it's going to sell before you buy it, so. Well, I don't mess around in the water, so. Because drowning isn't the way that I want to go, if you ask me. It is 8 a.m. over there. It's almost midnight here. Dang. So it is not factory sharpened. It was dull all the way across the whole thing. So I tried to sharpen it and I'm having so much trouble with it. For some reason. I can't hold the right angle on this thing. And I've never had this problem before, genuinely. It needs a sharpening. It really does. Like if you move fast, it doesn't seem like it, but if you go the really slow stuff, I guess it's not that bad. I mean, I'm just comparing it to all my other stuff where I have absolutely insane edges on almost everything else. That's what I'm comparing it to. Is stuff like that. And I really don't want to reprofile the whole thing, just, you know. Well, for me, the dream is at least going 250 miles an hour into a brick wall. Because that just sounds amazing. It's horrifying for everybody else, but speed. It does. It cuts insanely nice. And it could be yours too. For the low, low price of $35. Could use a touch up at the front, but that's amazing. No, I haven't, and I don't really want to because they want me to use PayPal, and I don't like PayPal. Like the knife swap, r/knife_swap, they want me using PayPal, goods and services, and that's perfectly fine. But I don't like PayPal. I prefer Cash App. Long story short, PayPal held $300 that I needed for 3 months. And I got screwed out of something. I can understand why people would like it, but I need to sell 25 knives on there before I can move away from PayPal goods and services. But I do have stuff on Blade Binge now. You've been gone long enough that you wouldn't know that. I moved from eBay over to Blade Binge. Well, I don't have an Apple product, so it's a CRKT. Oh, you can buy stuff and that gets counted too? Yeah. Then again, I don't want to buy stuff. My whole thing is selling it. So yeah, the stuff that I have on Blade Binge right now is this Kershaw Iridium for $40. Real clean knife for $40. The Cryo that I've been messing around with. This one's $35. The Gerber or the CRKT and Ruger trajectory is $45. And then SOG Twitch 3 and 154 cm for $50. I don't know if they let you use Google Pay. But even then, I've just gotten so used to Cash App, and that's where all my stuff is anyway. I already have a card for them and everything. I just don't want to swap. You have a good one as well. We'll see you some other time. It's been 2 hours and 4 minutes. I think once it hits midnight where I'm at, which is about 25 minutes from now, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream. So yeah, Gravy Seal there was one of the original guys in Knives, I guess, streams. And then he disappeared for a while, apparently because his phone broke. I will also be putting a whole bunch of really cheap knives up for sale on Blade Binge. And by cheap, I mean like more than reasonably priced. Because I'm not trying to make a whole bunch of profit on them. I just have too many knives and I need to liquidate a little bit. So stuff like this right now is 18 on my eBay account. I'll probably be dropping it to about 15 on Blade Binge. Unfortunately, you'll also be paying more in shipping on Blade Binge than you will on eBay. But it'll be supporting the channel a little bit more. So the benefits and the downfalls. Kershaw Misdirect we'll get rid of this thing for, I don't want to say 15 because I haven't seen Gravy Seal in almost a year, I think. It's a Kershaw Misdirect. They used 4 CR on this thing, so really, really sad blade steel. It's really sharp though. It'd help if I worked on the burr a little bit more. Yes, it's extremely easy to sharpen. It's not quite as easy as a few of my other knives, but it is one of the easiest. So we'll go ahead and just remove the burr real quick. And this is one of the ones that I sharpen with one hand. I think he had a couple thousand subscribers at that point. I started watching him when he was at 600. And that's where I met Fook and Gravy Seal and Scent and, you know, all the main guys that you see there that that are there on almost every stream. That's where I met all of them. Actually, I think Jerry's kind of new. But I'm pretty sure Punisher and Fook were there before I was there. That's just something else right there, man. Oh, there's glinting up here. Grab with a knife is new. Like, really new. He's been there a while. Did you guys hear what happened to Knife Center? Yep, they were there before I was, quite a bit. I think quite a while before I was there. I don't know if you guys heard about what happened to Knife Center, but their YouTube account was hacked. It sucks because I really like their content. They're working on getting it back, but It just sucks to hear about. I don't have as many regulars as he has, but I usually stream on Fridays. Awesome, we got a burr all the way across. I think Lou, I think you've only shown up for a couple of my streams, but Lou, Full Fire, and a few others. I meet a lot of people, so I can't memorize them all, unfortunately. Well, I'm assuming by that you mean they take for fucking ever. And then some. But you got to keep in mind, Knife Center is has a large presence on YouTube. They probably have their own YouTube representative and everything. So it wouldn't surprise me if they got their channel back within the week. At least YouTube is better at doing stuff like that than Facebook is, and Instagram. Neither of them do anything. Like, somebody made a Facebook account faking to be my dad, and we told them about it almost immediately, and they still haven't taken it down like a month and a half later. That sucks. Like, Knife Center got their channel hacked, and the person who hacked it, they might have deleted all their previous videos, as well as they started posting, what are they called? Like crypto stuff? Yeah. I didn't look too far into it. I just saw their post on Instagram and that they weren't too happy about it. And in my head, I'm like, I probably wouldn't be either. The downside is, if it happened to me, Nobody's going to do anything about it. I'm going to try 600 and we'll just sit at 600 the whole time. Crab with a knife. We were just talking about you. Terrible, terrible things, obviously. So how are you doing? Damn it, we got another burr. Well, the burr, it's the same burr, but it's the biggest downside of lower quality steels. The burr never goes away. Yeah, it's wild. Like their whole account is gone now. I'm pretty sure it got taken down. Now they have to deal with the YouTube overlords trying to get that shit back up. If you know anything about YouTube, knife content isn't something they're exactly happy about. Yeah, I couldn't imagine having somebody like Crab with a knife stuck in my live streams all the time. What a nightmare. I think it was somebody, well, you heard about the cryptocurrency thing. They were uploading like cryptocurrency videos and stuff. I don't think it was somebody feeling screwed. I think it's somebody trying to get an audience quickly. So they just steal an account. The thing is, they stole one of the most popular knife accounts on YouTube. I think they're only second to Metal Complex and Everyday Minimalist. And I don't watch either of their content. I just know that they're huge. How's that for sharp? Consistency right there. So it's like hijacking a plane kind of a thing. I hate to talk about it like that, but it's like you find out what their password is. You uh, well, yeah, that's basically what they do. Is they take the account and use all the subscribers that it has to gain traction with whatever they're trying to upload right now. About 20 minutes, we're going to go ahead and end the stream. I'm going to go grab a drink real quick. Yep, that is exactly what they do. So I've been getting to carry and a rat too for the first time lately. Never carried one of these things before. Factory edge too. Like really sharp. I'm impressed. Yes, but Knife Center loses everything. Now, the other side is they're trying to work on getting the channel back. The channel's already gone. But, you know, they don't just delete large channels like that quickly. Damn. Check this out. Agreed. I expect them to get it back within the week. Maybe a month. So here's the knife that we drew today. Now I might actually work on 3D modeling this knife. Should be a good time. Take another 90 hours. I want you to know that this YouTube channel would have been a gun channel if guns weren't as expensive as they are. Nowadays, I've also spent more. With the amount that I've spent on knives, I could easily buy a Scar. Damn, now I want a Scar. Oh, the joys of being broke. Yeah. YouTube hates gun content. They're real picky about it now. You know, I thought that they would, yeah. I didn't watch his videos all the time, but I know he was really influential in the gun tube sphere because he had the largest channel. No, they are monetized most likely. It's just hard to stay monetized. And it's not a whole channel demonetization thing. It's you screw up and then that video is demonetized. And then you're not making money off that video anymore. It makes videos really expensive. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but I weigh how much the video will cost me versus how many views I will get out of it. So all of these, that's why I stopped buying new knives and started buying used knives, is because I get better ROI on the used knives than I do on the new knives. Yep. So the way to look at it is return on investment. Now, my investment, all of the money that I've put into knives so far is the investment, which is the value of the collection is probably around 6,000. The total I've spent is probably around 3,500. So, with that being the case, I've put 3,500 into the channel, and I haven't gotten anything back out of it so far. But it's a long-term thing. That's what I'm going for. I'm not trying to just make money. Where I want to make money is designing knives. So we'll see where that goes. We'll see where this first knife goes, and then the restoration stuff, I would do more of that. My problem with it is those knives have been getting more expensive. The pawn shops around me want more for the same knives. And it is no longer worth doing the restoration videos because they get spendy. It's a lot easier to just do the cleanings than the full restoration stuff that I used to do. We got 10 minutes until I'm going to go ahead and end the stream. Is there anything that anybody had in mind that they wanted to talk about while we're still here? That's what I do. It's I buy them and I clean them up, make them real nice for the next guy, and then sell them because, I want something else. That's my whole deal. So we're going to do something interesting. I'm going to take this thing back apart, and we are going to do we're going to map out my next custom while we're here. So my previous custom was a big deal. I sold it for way less than I should have. But I won't be doing that again. My customs are going to be a little bit pricey for the materials. It is. I find what I don't like very quickly. So I'm doing custom copper patinas. So the plan is I'm going to be buying a few of these. I'm going to be doing a fully custom patina on every one of them, and then selling them for about double what I paid. It's all to support the channel. I personally am not making any money on the deal. All this money goes straight back into the channel. So my last custom that I did for full fire was a Gerber Affinity in copper. My next custom will be one of these, and they come with the copper from factory. So this one was just a shipwreck patina. My customs have engraving. Well, I'm not sure I can call it. I can call it engraving. All I really did was scratch designs in it with another knife. Okay. That is not what I do, no. I do, I stick them in a mixture of ammonia and some other crap to make it turn blue. This is a chemical reaction, not a heat reaction. So I do want to show you guys what I did on the last one. And I didn't take a whole lot of pictures of it, unfortunately. And I should have. I really should have. Because it was a good looking knife. I know I have one picture of it on Instagram. That I sent to the current owner. You would think so, yeah. So here's what it ended up looking like. Was that with the whole paisley thing and blue. This took 146 and a half hours. And I sold it for 30 bucks. Never doing that again. But yeah, it's a good looking knife. I have a video of it on YouTube posted as well if you guys wanted to check that out. Maybe after the stream. Is it really only 5 minutes left? Let me check real quick. Go into the videos section. Do. Dang, I make a lot of videos. So this one says 111 and a half hours. It was longer than that, but so I'll just pull it up and I have 900 subscribers right now. No joke. Dude, that's insane. It is beautiful. So here's how it started off. Was like that. You guys aren't missing much. And then at the end, so it tells you how to do it in the video too. But so here's how it looked. lots of corrosion all over the whole thing. And then we skip to when it's all done. And it really did end up being a beautiful knife. And the part that sucks is I wish I still had it because it was such a good looking knife. I think I used ammonia and salt. I quit screwing around and grabbed the front piece. That's what everybody wants to watch. Yeah, so I signed it on the back. I stamped it with a number 1 because it's the first one. And I'm sitting here blabbering about it for 5 minutes. And that's how it looked at the end. Yeah, but I clear coat all mine at the end. So I was sitting there carving it with that little tiny knife. And that's what all those lines are. It was me carving it for about I think that was an hour and a half. But yeah, it was a really cool knife. So I plan on doing that again. And this is the model that we're going to go with. And I can choose, I'll start like right here. And carve like that. Then we'll go up here with that. Both of those are boring. I tried to do to make the mixture and then just like pour it on it in a certain, and it didn't do what I wanted it to do at all. We'll go like that. Then we'll swap sides. And we'll start right here. Now here's the question is, should I connect the two sides? So while you guys are answering that, I'll be working on the that looks good. Okay. I think I'm gonna just do the another little circle right here and end it on that. And we'll go for another one right here. Just so there isn't a whole bunch of space that isn't being used. because when you're doing this kind of stuff, you want it to really pop. That's a great question. And the QSP Penguin kind of takes the cake, honestly. For as square as it is, it's really comfortable and got a great steel. Unfortunately, it seems like Knives, I guess, has heat treat problems on both of the ones that he's ordered. But honestly, I'd pick almost anything over a bug out. Now, I'll bet you next in line, pretty close, would be a Griptilian if I had one. So mine had a good heat treat. Knives, I guess, had two with a bad heat treat, and by the sounds of it, when he sent them an email, they didn't want to take care of it. So if you're going to look into a company that takes care of its customers, the company that I would throw you to first is Hogue. Go get a Hogue Misto or something in Magna Cut from Hogue, because they treat their customers right. Okay, so I think that looks good. All the lines right here that I drew are all going to be carved out and leave a clean copper, while everything around it is going to be blue and discolored and stuff. I'm going to be honest, I want to know what the hell is going on with that, because that's like really bad luck to get bad D2 multiple times in a row like that. That's just sad, because I know it's one of his favorite steels too. So yeah, that's what the next one's going to look like. It's going to be a custom. I'm probably going to sell it for between 70 and 100. Unfortunately, it is in 8CR. So it's not a premium steel, and it's not in D2 even. But it's kind of more for the custom work. It's not the... it has nothing to do with the steel or anything. It's really just to show off. Actually, the 9CR, the reason why we went with 9CR was because by the sounds of it, it's cheaper. So we figured, I'm not going to tell you guys how much it costs to make it, but I will tell you guys the price point that we wanted to be at was $40. We wanted it to be affordable enough that people would say, I could drop $40 on that and not feel bad about it. D2 brought up the price apparently enough that we decided not to go with it. I don't remember how much it brought it up by, or if we even know. I think he decided that he wanted 9CR before he even. Well, I'm going to let you guys in on a little secret. Jen and I are working on something. We're looking into new steels. This should be an exciting time. Now, this is specifically for one of my designs. They're, at least I'm taking it that way. I don't know if that's what they meant by looking into the steel that we're looking into at the moment. But by the sounds of it, it's something that I want on my designs. So we'll see if we can make it work. They're doing testing, or they will be doing testing on it. Get over here, roly thing. All I can tell you guys is the stuff that we're looking at right now is tougher than D2 and has better edge retention by the sounds of it. I'm just picky. So I'm sure you guys have noticed, because when I buy a used knife, it doesn't look like crap. But I've gotten into the mindset of the steel that they use is a big deal. No, it's not 440C. It's better than 440C. I'll put it this way, it's not any of the 440 series or the 400 series of steels. So it's supposed to be tougher than, like, twice as tough as D2 and an extra 50% of the edge retention. So 200% more tough than D2 and 150% better edge retention for just a little bit more. I do feel kind of bad for him. Now I might see, I know I need to look into a better clear coat, but I do kind of want to see if I can get skiff bearings for the for this knife. I don't think we've looked into that one yet. I think 14C is more expensive. It is I can check the specs real quick and tell you roughly my estimate of the comparison to D2. So yeah, pretty much. So 14C28N has 1/3 of the carbon, but more chromium. It's a cleaner steel. It's not super stainless. M390 is way more stainless than 14C. But it is considered a stainless. D2 is considered semi-stainless. This is all the shit that D2 has in it. 3 times the carbon. 14C doesn't have any vanadium. Yeah. It is termed stainless because it has 13% or more chromium. You can't call something stainless without it having more than 13% chromium, or at least 13%. Like when you look at these steels like Vanax, Super Clean, and M390, I think M390 is micro melt. Yeah, so 18% chromium. M390 is 20% chromium. These are super stainless because of how much chromium is in them. Micro Clean. Micro Melt was a PD1N. D2 was 14C. I can look up what 14 or when it came out. What's up, Gareth? How you doing? We should have ended the stream like 15 minutes ago, but we're sitting here talking about steel now, and that's kind of my tism right there, so. Okay, so 14C28N came out in 2009. It was supposed to be an upgrade to 13C26 for better corrosion resistance. So we'll go over to the other app and look up 13C. Honestly, it's really not that different. Yeah, so 13C was before 14C. It's not as common as 12C27 and 14C28N, but it is a steel, and it was used in a lot of knives. Well, now I got a good question for you. I think 5160 is like one of the most basic steels. It's not. It's actually a little more complicated. A lot of impurities, though. 0.5% of carbon, 0.7% to 0.9% chromium. And then there's a 1095. Which is higher in carbon but has no chromium. Fun stuff. So now I gotta look up what steel. God, it feels like I got decked in the face. How about when did the leak come out? 2003. It's a 22-year-old knife. Yeah, see, now there's the problem of they claim that it came with 14C28N from the beginning, but 14C didn't come out for another 6 years. So, and then there's this one post that says it originally came in ZDP 189, CPM D2, which those don't make any sense, 13C26, which makes sense, and 440A, which also makes sense. Fun stuff. I can't believe I hit 900 subscribers tonight. That is just so wild to me. That's insane. Gotta take a screenshot of that and post that. So now there's the question of, did I reach 900 subscribers last night or this morning? Because I have all the milestones on my channel. Oh, it was last night. Because it is morning right now, by the way. Past 12. 12:21 or so. We're getting closer on that giveaway. Might have to talk with someone special and see if they can, if he'd be willing to donate something for the 1,000 subscriber giveaway. Because maybe I want something better than a regular old QSP penguin. Who knows? Yeah, this is going to be given away once we hit 1,000, along with a silver dime, which is like 2 grams of silver or so in it, or 1.5 grams or something. And then a knife that I will choose when we get closer because I don't want to pick it right now. Of course, the watch is used, but it is a Citizen Eco Drive. And it's a free solar watch from a reputable brand, so I don't expect anybody to be complaining about it. You know, why would you complain about getting free stuff? Just setting the date real quick. Is it light? I mean, it's not heavy. These aren't solid stainless links. They're folded, so they're hollow. It is a pretty light watch. And it doesn't quite fit me. Oh, it does. It is a little tight though. You can tell because it's pressing right here. My other watch doesn't do that. I did order some links for it. They are at the watch shop as we speak. I just forgot to bring the watch in to pick them up because I forgot that I ordered extra links. My wrist is an 8-inch wrist. The average person seems to have like a 7.5 or smaller. So I've ordered enough links for it to fit an 8.5-inch wrist, which is big, by the way, like really big. Yeah, the problem is there's only two. That's the biggest problem with Citizen watches is they only have like 2 or 3 and they're never at the right increments. So it'll be a good watch. Now, not that this is going to matter unless you live here in Boise, but it has Boise State Bronco colors, orange and blue. Boise is the only college, I think the only football field with different colored grass. People literally come from across the country just to see the blue football field. Why you'd be that interested in seeing a blue football field, I have no clue, but yeah. Let me look it up. It's blue turf. I have 901 subscribers now. Yeah, you look up blue turf, and of course it's not real grass, but that's what our football field looks like. It's blue. I'm not a sports guy either. But yeah, blue. I'm going to be honest. Walmart said something that pissed off my dad, and we stopped going to Walmart for like 8 years. So, no, I don't. Milan, like the movie? Or am I thinking of something completely different and I spelled it wrong? Oh, well then. Dude, I was born in 2002, so I would have no clue what you're talking about. I'm the youngest knife tuber in the group. And by the group, I mean apparently Fook does content now too. I didn't know that. Fook, Blade Walker. There's a lot of guys who I consider part of the group. And like DBD, I'm the youngest out of all of them. No, he went to bed by now, guaranteed. He's old. You know what's awesome? Is I sold my first knife on Blade Binge for $90, and I got $80 out of that. Guess how much I bought that knife for? And I still sold it for under market value, by the way. $40, good guess. Somebody else guess again. I'm just going to have the two of you guess. So I sold it for 90. I received $80 out of the 90, and I bought it for 10. I made $70 on that knife. And all of that money is going straight into the channel, which is great because that's a big deal right there. Making $70 on one transaction and still selling it under market value. I try and give you guys good deals. I really do. I'm happy. I was so happy when that thing sold. Yeah, at $13.99, you were pretty dang close. So this will be the next custom one of these that I do. Should be a beautiful knife. I may have some investors who will help me buy the parts and do it. I'm trying to think of what I think my favorite show, I didn't have a whole lot of game shows as a kid, but my favorite show as a kid was Power Rangers. Mm. Are you smarter than a fifth grader? Turns out almost nobody was smarter than a fifth grader. And none of the fifth graders would have known any of those questions. Do you know the host of Cash Cab is a comedian now? He's pretty funny too. All right, I think at 1 o'clock I'm going to end the stream. There's no extending it this time, by the way. I'm freaking tired. I need some time to watch Gordon Ramsay yell at some people and then go to bed. I'm trying to think of I can't tell you how much it sucks having sharp knives. Dude, that is like John Tafford or whatever. I don't think Chopped is still going. And I think Kitchen Nightmares. No, not Kitchen Nightmares. What's his thing where he does it at his restaurant? It's like Kitchen Hell or something. Yeah. I don't watch TV. I watch YouTube, and unfortunately, so I just had to unfollow my local news network on Instagram because all they push is all the woke stuff, and I just want to know what's going on. I don't want to hear their opinions on stuff. I follow the news channels for facts. I don't follow them for opinions. If I wanted to go to if I wanted to get opinions, I'd go elsewhere. Nobody cares what you think of as a reporter. Do your job. Yeah, I've had YouTube Premium since it started. And what pisses me off is it used to be $9.99 a month, and now they upped it to like 14. On the bright side, the only reason why I'm still paying for it is because I get YouTube Music without any ads and the YouTube videos without ads. If YouTube Music got separated from YouTube, I'd stop paying for it immediately. Which I hate to say that. Let's solve a puzzle while we're here. Because I have nothing better to do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Oh, that fell on the ground. You know, Knives, I guess, got it right. He said once you start making content, you stop watching the content that you make. And by that he meant we make knife content. I very rarely watch videos that have anything to do with knives. But he wasn't wrong. Yep, it came half solved for the most part. Honestly, I should do a drinking stream. But the amount of alcohol it takes to get me drunk, it's going to be expensive. Damn it. Okay. Yeah, I honestly don't watch much of anybody's videos because, I mean, I make my own content, you know? I deal with this enough. I'm not saying that it's annoying, but it does get old when a new knife comes out and all it is everything about that new knife. And of course, I'm going to jump on the trend while I can because any growth on the channel is great for the channel. But oh my god. It seems like when they get big, they forget how they got big. That seems to be a common thing with these larger channels. Bam. Metal Complex. I used to watch his streams, and they just got too busy. You know, you're sitting there trying to have a conversation with somebody that you know, and then it just chat goes by so freaking fast, and they're all there for the giveaway, and I'm not. You know. And I don't watch Jared's streams, or I don't watch Jared's videos either. And I know the reason why is because he has a confidence about him that I take as arrogance, and it just doesn't catch me the right way. And again, I know it's a confidence thing. It's not an arrogance thing. But most of the people with that kind of confidence are stupid. And I've gotten so used to hearing people that talk with the way that he talks, but they don't know what they're talking about. I understand he knows what he's talking about, but the amount of people in my daily life that are just an idiot, I've gotten so used to everybody being an idiot. I like Outdoors 55 because he talks more like a teacher does. He doesn't talk like alcohol wise or just drink wise. Because right now I'm just drinking ice water. Alcohol wise, probably fruity stuff. Oh, yeah, I don't like stuff like that. It makes me want to puke. And frankly, nothing gets me drunk, so I don't have a whole lot of fun drinking. You'd be hard pressed to find something that gets me drunk, which sucks. I do not. I don't know who that is. The reason I watch Outdoors 55 is because, well, you've seen how well I can sharpen now. He's the reason I can do that. I took his advice. I got the plate that he recommends, and it works great. I went and even got the strop material that he recommends. Like the name sounds kind of familiar, but I have no clue who it is. But yeah, I got the belt that he recommends using for strop material. I've got like the rest of it somewhere in the room. But I just cut this section and I plan on sticking this on a 2x2 plate of steel. I need to start doing reviews again. I put off, like, I was consistent. I uploaded every week for a full year. And then I got sick and it just went downhill from there. Yeah, I'm a knife reviewer. I'm not an EDC reviewer. I don't review wallets. I don't review it's just not my thing. I've carried one wallet for 7 years. And I'm not going to get one of them minimalist wallets that Ridge has or whatever because I carry a lot of shit in my wallet. And frankly, their wallets can't handle the kind of stuff I carry. I think I have like 4 credit cards, an ID, and 30 business cards in my wallet. It's mostly business cards and a little bit of cash. And I carry an ounce of silver on me at all times. Yeah, mine's a leather fold, regular, just 2-fold, not a 3-fold. I just have so much crap in there. And I should probably clean it out, but that's my point. Why would you get one of these tiny wallets that's like, you know, this by this? Just this right here, this section. That's so small. Like mine's a Steve Madden wallet. It was just when RFID protection started coming out. It doesn't do that, by the way. It has that tag on it, but it doesn't protect against that shit at all. I can still pay through my wallet. So, no RFID protection at all. I think I got my wallet 2 years before I graduated. I've had my wallet longer than I've had my truck. And here's another crazy thought. The pants I'm wearing are older than my wallet. My pants are freaking old, dude. Not even kidding. They're probably like 8 or 9 years old. The waistband snapped on them the other day, too. I need to throw them away. The pants are older than my wallet, yeah. My pants are ancient, dude. I don't do anything. So, I don't wear pants out. The biggest or the fastest way I wear pants out is by getting bigger. I've been losing weight lately, but yeah, I've had the same 10 pairs of pants for like maybe they're not as old as my wallet, but I know for a fact they're like 5 years old minimum. This is going up for sale too. The last time, like before my most recent 4 or 5 pairs of pants, before that, the last time I bought them, I was in high school. I don't wear jeans because they don't fit right. No jean company makes, well, they do, but I'm a half size. I'm like, I don't even know what size I am anymore. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm very careful with my pockets. I don't wear stuff or I don't carry stuff like this or most lightweight Spydercos or this because the texturing rips pockets. And I'm a cheap bastard, so I keep stuff for as long as I possibly can. Hence the old pants. Anyway, I think I might be swapping this over from eBay to Blade Binge. You know what sucks is Blade Binge doesn't want you using envelopes, padded envelopes. They want you using boxes. So that immediately increases shipping costs from being about $5, which I would happily have you guys pay $5 for shipping, up to about $10, 10 to 12. So that's the biggest downside, is that you guys lose more money, but I make more. And at some point there's a line. Like, I try and keep the prices as close as possible. It does support the channel, but it also screws you guys over a little more. An extra $5 in shipping adds up very quickly. I will also gladly, if you buy more than one knife, I will gladly stick them all in one box. Gladly. Saves you money, hopefully. I will try as hard as I can to save you guys money. My favorite budget knives. I love that question. I really do. My favorite budget knives are mostly Civivis. Civivi makes a great knife. So that's a Civivi Mini Praxis. This right here is a QSP Penguin, one of my favorites. You can find them for a good price. I know you can if you look around. Kershaw Leak. This one has a broken tip, but you know, if you can find one for a good price, then it is easily one of my favorites. Another budget knife. So far, I'm liking it. The Rat 2. It's been good to me so far. I enjoy it. What's your intended use is my best question for you. Because your intended use changes which one I suggest. We got a couple minutes before I'm gonna... This one's an AUS 8. They make it in D2 though. But yeah, this one's AUS 8. I'll be putting my ruffian up for sale here pretty soon. I never ended up carrying it. Yeah, I don't use a sharpening system. I use a diamond plate. I've looked into getting a KME, but it is a Gerber. It is indeed a Gerber. An RPM9. Made by, or designed by Dirk Pinkerton. Which he has a kind of funny name, but he does do some really cool designs. And he does have a really cool maker's mark. Right there. I've never tested it. Are they? because I designed a mini praxis, or I drew out a mini praxis for Wii. Let me find it real quick. I never sent it to him, but that was my idea. Yeah, you need some diamond plates for really sharpening stuff. So here's my idea for a Wii version of the mini praxis. Yup. The diamond plate I recommend is what Outdoors 55 recommends. It's a SATC 400 1000 diamond plate on Amazon. Box looks like this. It's a solid setup for beginners. 21 bucks, maybe like 22 now, or 23. It's not bad. Huh. How much is it? Actually, I can look that up. Yeah, that's pretty pricey. Oh yeah, I've seen this. Okay. With the fat carbon. Yeah. No, it's not the set. Mine, I bought the so here's the one he's talking about with blue fat carbon. Yeah. No, mine was just the one plate that he recommends. And mine didn't have any grit contamination from my look. I do want to talk about that steel that Jen and I have been talking about a little bit more. Just for a little bit, and then I'm gonna end the stream. Um, yeah, it's the core Damascus that they use. The center is 10 CR. So expect it to have 10 CR performance at about 59 to 60 HRC. So the one that Jen and I have been talking about hardens up to like 64 HRC. And they were talking about having it heat treated up to 62, which will be insane. Have a good guys. Okay, I'll have a good guys. You have a good guys too, Brando. Yeah, we'll see you in the next one or something. Have a good one. But yeah, the steel we're talking about is some wild stuff. Twice as tough as D2, up to 64 HRC, but they're planning on trying to run it at about 62. Wash your sister sauce? Why would you want something to taste like wash your sister sauce? So on this little thing, I'm gonna write the the specs of this stuff. Yeah, it'll sharpen anything. These are the kind of specs we're talking about. Yep, happy to help. Go look up Outdoors 55 on YouTube. In his description of his videos, he'll have this diamond plate. It should be about between $21 and $25. It's a killer deal for what you're paying. That's what I recommend because it's what I use. I highly recommend not doing that. Glass chips. So these are the specs that we're talking about of this mystery steel that we're looking into. It likes being at around 62 to 64 HRC. It has double the toughness of D2 and 1.5 times the edge retention. For not that much more money. This is going to be some wild stuff. Now, something else to keep in mind is supposedly it's just as corrosion resistant, but it has what? Let's see. D2 has 12% chromium. This stuff has 8%. So roughly the same price range yet. We're kind of just talking about it behind closed doors at the moment. We don't have any knife to put it on yet either. So, they just asked what I thought about it, and I'm like, based off of everything that I'm hearing about it online, it's a pretty good steel. We're talking like maybe $5 to $10 more to put this steel on there instead of D2. I think that's no, it's not OS 10. I think for $5 to $10 more on top of the price of a D2 knife, I think it's worth it. Now that's just my guesstimate. They need to give me specifics. But they just brought this stuff up the other day, and I was like really, really interested. Kinda. I don't want to kick D2 in the ass, but honestly, if this stuff performs as well as I'm expecting or hoping it will, because tooling companies are saying that this is some good shit. So if tooling companies are saying it's good, then I don't see why it wouldn't be. It's also used by some high-end knife makers. So it's like custom work type stuff. But yeah, it'd be really cool to have this stuff in a knife, especially on one of my designs. It'd be a big deal. Anyway, guys, stream's dying down. It's 11 minutes past when I wanted to stop. Just one last time, for anybody that's in here, if you're interested, I have a Kershaw Iridium, a CRKT Trajectory, a Kershaw Cryo 2, and it's not M42, and a SOG Twitch 3 up for sale on Blade Binge. If you look up, it is a tool steel, yes. If you look up SOG Twitch 3 on Blade Binge, this one will pop up. You'll see this green mat in the background. That is mine. You can scroll down, click on my account, and see all the other stuff I have up for sale. This is 40, 45, 35, and 50. Really, I try and give you guys really good deals. I really do. This thing needs a touch up, and I won't do it without permission. At least I think it needs a touch up compared to all the other stuff that I've been doing. It's not horrible, but it could be better. Yep, Outdoors 55. I don't remember the guy's name, but I know he's a good guy. Integrity is hard to find in influencers nowadays. Yep, you have a good one, Willie. We'll see you later, Crab with a Knife. Have a good night. And yep. I kind of want to stay for the last 9 minutes to make it 4 hours, but I also want to do other stuff, like watch Gordon Ramsay yell at people. Do I stick around? Depends on who's still here. Yeah, I kind of decided I'm just going to wait until it's 4 hour stream and then I'm going to end it. So, I know some people left. I'm very indecisive if you couldn't tell. It's just another 7 minutes. I mean, what can possibly be done in 7 minutes? It's not like you're going to guess the steal anyway. Just sit here and play with some knives for a while. Nope. It has a higher chromium content than those ones. Well, lucky for you, I have a playlist on my channel. I should have a playlist on my channel anyway, of all of my long form content. Oh, it's unlisted. I'll make that public. It's not like all of my long form content, but it's a decent amount. I haven't added to it in a while. But yeah, you can go onto my channel and look up, and go into the playlist section and see all of these. And you can go watch all my videos up to the iridium video, which was 8 months ago. Jesus. Well, let's scroll down to the to that video and start sticking more stuff in that there it is. Save to playlist. My long form videos. Done. Save to playlist. My long form videos. Done. But you can listen to my wonderful voice talking about random shit. Trust me, my videos are not that interesting. If they were, I would watch them. That was a lie. I wouldn't watch them. I don't watch them back when I make them. I just upload them. I think I'm going to sell my Gerber Sedulo too. Honestly, I get like one comment a week. So, yeah. Real exciting. It's not very exciting. It's rarely used. It's not new. It's been around for a while. Not as long as D2, but it has been around for a while. D2's been around since World War II. It'll pick up, yeah. I mean, once I hit 1,000, I kind of expect things to pick up pretty quick. It's wild to think that The year's so far in. I have a lot of knives. What knife do you have? Yeah, D2 came out in World War II. It's freaking old. It was used for tooling, for like dyes, and I think they used it for stuff like oh, what's the damn stuff called? Trust me, I forget the name of a lot of stuff too. Tools. It's used for tooling. No, it is not S7. Is it a Misto? I just guessed. Honestly, I don't even remember what the Misto looks like. MagnaCut's a solid steel. There. All my long form content are in that You know what I fall asleep listening to? I listen to damn. And I missed the 4 hour cutoff too. The Exploring series on YouTube. I listen to the SCP stuff. Dang. It's just wild seeing everybody in the group get like Knives, I guess, has merch. I didn't know that. Blade Walker has a giveaway, or not giveaway codes, but codes to get 5% off or whatever. Like 2 weeks ago, he had 600 subscribers, and now he's sitting at 1,400. Blows my mind. Oh yeah, the one that snaps your neck when you close your eyes. Blade Walker. He's a good guy. He's got some medical stuff going on right now though, so everybody was trying to get him to 1,000 subscribers at least. I need to reach out to more companies. It's been a while. I think the next company I'm going to reach out to is what are they called? Not Riot. They wouldn't answer if I tried. Well, let's look up the knife that I'm talking about. No, no, not we. They wouldn't. Well, I should probably send them an email too, with that picture of the baby praxis thing that I designed or that I drew out. Remet. That's who I need to reach out to. So they came out with the woodpecker a while back. It's sold out already. But they came out with it in regular titanium and then gold finish titanium. And I wanted this one. And then I just happened to check again, and they came out with crystallized titanium versions of them. I might reach out to them. Just look at that green. Like, this thing is gorgeous. And they make it in blue. I don't have the money for OEM work stuff. Jen is doing all of this stuff on their dime by the sounds of it, which is amazing. And I can't express how grateful I am for that. It is a huge deal getting us smaller creators into the knife design world. So my plan, I want to reach out to Hermet, and I want them to make this in purple, like with a collaboration with me, because I like purple. I like gold too, but this thing in purple would just look amazing. That crystallized titanium finish in purple. Oh, it'd be gorgeous. Anyway, guys, it's been 4 hours and 5 minutes. I'm going to go ahead and end it here. Appreciate you guys watching. I hit 900 subscribers last night, about 2 hours ago. So that's awesome. Didn't expect to hit that so soon. I do appreciate you guys sticking around and waiting this out. Hopefully you have a great rest of your day, night, or whatever. And we'll see you in the next one. And no, you haven't guessed the steel yet. We'll see you guys later. I mean, it's titanium. I don't know what else you expect. Titanium's pretty comfortable to me. And stainless is pretty comfortable too. Anyway, later guys.